Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. What's up, YouTube family? This is the JBU4 as we get prepared here on the ground in Antigua, heading to Boston. We'll be flying the Airbus A320 today. And this event is called Fly for Cure 2024, where we commemorate those persons who are struggling with breast cancer, those who would have survived it, those who are going through it, and of course remember those who would have fought the fight but unfortunately were not able to overcome it. 5x5. So today we're going to be taking the JetBlue from Antigua. We are in the Air Force One, one of the special liveries for JetBlue, and today we're flying with a group of lovely people. We have some we have some Americans over here. There's 75s, there's 787, the 777, and on the left over here we have the Max. So I'm the lone Airbus here today, but that's alright. We will take care of our Fenix Airbus as we head up to Boston today. Welcome to the stream, guys. It is good to see you. Feel free to say hello in the chat so I know that you're there, and we'll have a wonderful time flying up to Boston this evening. Fueling is on board right now, just before the passengers get on board, so probably our departure will be somewhere around 15 minutes after 4 today, but that is alright. So let's jump into the flight deck and get ourselves situated. We've already imported the flight via the EFB on the left side here. We'll go and put in our flight number, which is JetBlue 4. Actual flight number is JetBlue 1067, but if you're flying online, we use our virtual airline call sign, which is JetBlue 4. Costing us today is going to be 60. Flight level 340 is our initial. We may climb depending on what's going on. And for our flight plan today, leaving out of Antigua, departing of runway 07, no seats available. And entering the Boston today, we are using the ILS as it stands, runway 27 via the Ocean 5, and our transition is confirmed. Input that and let's check that against the flight. The navigation display. Northwards, then slightly northwestwards, and then pretty much a straight in arrival into runway 27. After that, and looking good. Using QNH down here in Antigua, so our departure weather is 0 and 8 because at 2200 temperature is pretty warm outside. QNH is 102, so 2 set once, twice, and 3 times. Continuing with our flight planning on flight management computer, we have our load sheet. We'll do our secondary flight plan. After departure, we will make a left turn if needs be, coming back to Antigua, and we'll use the RNAV runway 07 via simply just a left turn after departure, then come back around to land. Runway 7. Just like so, that's done. Then we go to Radeon, that is set with 145, which is the VOR here in Antigua. Go to NNB, and we will have 128.8 as our 0 fuel weight, and 32.1 is our CG. Block fuel should be 33.4 7, 8, and based on our flight plan today, we should have the -20 wind component. That will give us a flying time of approximately 3 hours and 59 minutes today for our flight to Boston. We'll have a little bit of discussion today as we go along. You can accept this. We may or may not watch an in-flight movie, so stick around for that. We'll see how best we can move around that quick. Fuel should be just about done in the next 2 or so minutes, and then we'll begin boarding. We have 162, which is a full boat. I am hoping that I have no issues today with my GSX, so we will see that as we board. It's an empty cabin right now, but we are hoping that once we start boarding that we can see our passengers comfortably seated and there's no pink texture. Welcome, welcome guys, welcome, welcome. It is good to see you here in the beautiful island of Antigua. We are flying the Fenix Air Force One, November 632 Juliet Bravo. To our right side is the American 777-300 ER from PMDG, I am sure. And then we have the 787 at gate 1. And then we have another MAX American on stand 5. If you want to join us, feel free to come join us. We have a couple more stands down at the end. I think that is gate 7, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Feel free to come join us. We are heading to Boston. Of course, you can use exclamation point route, and that will let you know what the route is for today. So at any point in time, you can do that. And feel free to come along. Once our fuel is done, we'll begin boarding. We can do our initial departure. Takeoff, flap 1 plus F. No toga, anti-ice is off, absolutely on. We sync our weather, click calculate. We have 1 up 0.258. So get us on flight and our speeds 156. Just about finished fueling now, and we should begin boarding shortly. Bird traffic radio check. Bird traffic radio check. Got disconnected from voice and that's it. Double check. Make sure our voice is heard.
Boarding requested.
PC per traffic, American 7, pushing back, ranking number 6.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Traffic, American 1 is at San Juan, ready for pushback. American
Passengers boarding started.
American 1, ready at that.
Alright, so our voice is detected.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Alright, so we got those guys over here that are almost ready to get out of here. Of course, we said 4 o'clock, so 3 minutes to push. And the max is ready, and also gate 1 is also ready. Let's go greet the passengers real quick. See how this is looking. There's some passengers coming on board. Make sure there's no pink textures going on here. Ah, there's a pink texture. Why? And I clicked that thing today. GSX is annoying me. So guys, we're not going to be doing much of this outside because it's going to look really bad. And I don't know why. I literally did what they said to do over here in GSX, and you're supposed to go back to the application and start uncheck, recheck. And I did all that. And I'm still getting these pink textures. I don't understand. This is going to be so annoying. Look at that. Can't even spy on the passenger. These pink textures. This is crazy. Well guys, I hope you're not upset with that, because while we're in cruise and we do the outside views, this is what you're going to be seeing. GSX for you. That's GSX for you.
This way. This way.
So passengers are coming online now, so we will be ready for them.
Hello.
Let's do our departure briefing.
Good afternoon.
We're departing from Antigua. Hey, what's going on, Brandon? What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome to the stream, man. What's going on over there in SKB?
Welcome on board.
Let's get our ground information ready for
This way.
Boston as well. Our arrival is going to be Ocean 5. And the approach as of now is ILS 127.
Good afternoon. This way, please. Boarding pass, please.
Alright, so for our departure today out of Antigua, we push and start from gate number 3, we're at spot 3. We push tail west,
Good afternoon.
correction, tail east, nose west. We taxi via Bravo. Hold short, then turn back, truck runway 07, then depart leftbound, left, northbound. After passing 500 feet, we'll turn left direct course. And today our flight plan takes us
This way.
north towards the Lambton VOR, Lambton intersection, via the uniform Lima 462,
Hello.
and then up to Darwin, then up to Antwerp via the Lima 462, all the way up to Kayet. Then we take the Yankee 578 to Jenny, direct to Ferns, joining the Ocean 5 to Boston.
Hello.
We use 340 as our initial cruise, and then we change to 5360 once we have the space available. As we said, we have 162 on board today, and so our flight time is going to be 4 hours, 3 hours 58 based on our fuel here. But with the wind component, as you see here in our
Welcome on board.
initial prediction, is 4 hours. And once we get airborne, we'll see how best we can make things a little better. Our reserve is 4.7, so we put that in here. That goes back with extra fuel. We have 1 ounce of 26.
Hello.
For the takeoff, gonna be pretty standard takeoff with our V1 of 153, 154, VR 156. If for any reason we have challenges, we will put a stop before V1 and exit the runway via exit the runway via Charlie or Delta. If after V1 then, well, we have any engine failure, we will climb, clear the aircraft, then we'll aviate, navigate, and communicate coming around the runways 07. We already have a secondary flight plan in place, so once we have any issues, we'll definitely look at our secondary flight plan, which will take us north, coming around to Imali Joint, Opar, and 07. It was going on in Antigua Water. I do not know. ATC was when they were contacted, so I'm hoping that they come online anytime from now because it's now 4 o'clock. So I'm hoping that they come on Charlie. If not, then we just move on with life, yeah? The fellows really have, we can actually do our own calls for stuff, so those guys will be fine with ATC. Guys, when I tell you I'm annoyed right now with GSX, I am so annoyed. Why do I have to have this problem? Alright, so we have the 77 already pushed, and the Maxine is over here as well. So we'll see what happens there. Hey, what's going on, George? What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome to the stream, guy. So our departure our departure briefing is complete. Just getting the final bags on board. And passengers 162 today, 76 of 162. So we should be able to push back roughly in the next 7 to 10 minutes. So we'll be off of the gate shortly. Welcome to the stream, guys. Appreciate you guys for joining. Appreciate you guys for joining. Feel free to like and subscribe if you haven't already done so. Our fuel is on board now, so we can turn off these pumps. You know, in the Airbus, we like everything to be extinguished. No lights equals good stuff. APU going on. We can turn on the passenger signs now. 1, 2, 3, start. And then we can see the APU start the sequence here.
Easy for Charlie American 780 runway 07 Alpha and backtrack today.
Yeah, SB Lopez, I don't know, I can't figure out why it is. Okay, so what they said is that you're supposed to reopen, every time you install a new aircraft, at least one of those that actually has the seated passenger, so the Phoenix, the Mad Dog, the 777, or the PMDG products, every time you install a new livery, you're supposed to go into the application and check the config and let it update itself. And I did that. I did that up to yesterday, last night when I did a flight. So I don't understand what's the problem. I did the flight down to Antigua yesterday on the same aircraft, and I did what I had to do, and I don't know. I really don't know, man. I hope they fix it ASAP because it's really getting annoying. Because look at that. Just look at that. We'll live, we'll live, we'll live. APU is available. We wait a couple of minutes before we put on APU bleed. Technically, we can go ahead and remove this discontinuity.
Welcome on board.
I'll leave it once we take off because the VOR is actually on top of this hill right here. So we're not gonna fly it back over the VOR. So we just make a left turn and fly out. Yeah, Lopez, not a problem. It's just recheck. What I normally do is I would open the application, uncheck it, close the application completely, and then reopen it and check it back in the config. I did all that, and I don't understand why I still have the problem. So I hope it works for you, man.
Hello.
All right. start the AFU bleeds, get some air flowing into the cabin and also the cockpit, cool the air. Pretty warm, 19 to 30 degrees. We lost the 777. There goes Maxi. See you later, Rosario. Take it easy, take it easy. That looks very interesting. As if the aircraft is going out of control. But he got that, man. He's a good pilot. Not sure what happened to the 777 that was to our right side, but there goes the boss of the V8 in American 1. 100 and let's see, out of 162 we have, I can actually see right here,
American in the clear of 07, that's called Eastbury.
So we have 124, 162, getting close to it. Time now is 8 minutes past 4. Again, with the newest update of the GSX, the tug is already put onto the airplane, so that will minimize our time wasting once we get ready for pushback. I was really hoping that ATC would have been online. That would have been cool to have some ATC going on here, but it is all right. We will still get through it. Final thing to do while we wait for our final load sheet, go into our win and do our win request. So we should get to Boston with 11,000 pounds. It's more than sufficient if we have to do any loading for this flight. 139 of 162. Let's get rid of the ground power. So we just have the aircraft waiting for a push. To this pre-flight checklist. Airplanes and covers are removed. Fuel quantity is 33.7 pounds. Seat signs on ADRs and nav. Fire reference is 1012 both sides. And on standby, our pressurization checklist is complete. 153 of 62. Captain Odin, thank you so much for the sub, man. Appreciate you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, man.
This way. Welcome on board.
And that, my friends, is the bell to let us know that the flight has completely boarded. So we will just go tell the flight attendant that we are ready to go. Look at that. It's pink section. Even their pink, oh my, you know, we're not talking to them. We're just gonna close our door. We can't do that. We're just gonna close the door. We'll see you guys when we get on the ground. That's what that is. Can't. I just can't. GSX with its integration, all we gotta do now is flip the beacon, and that will call for push and start.
Locking gear.
So we see pins away on the left side here, so we have the gate being pushed back, and we got a 737 company on the left side. He has a different, a different scenery, so he's parked right next to us. That's alright. Our question section is also, we are good to go. And we notice here that the aircraft is being lifted, nose gears up, and we're gonna face west for the 07.
Release parking brakes, please.
And we're ready to release parking brakes. You guys ready to go? Let's go. Parking brake is released. And
Commencing push.
we will start.
All engines clear.
Before we
Start
start,
oil.
parking brake is released. Take our speed 153, 156, let's double check that. 153, 154, 156. I really should have done, boy, I'm skipping stuff, aren't I? But pretty much the same with the final load sheet. I am too excited to get off the ground. Way too excited. Final load sheet, everything is pretty much the same. 128.9 is what we have. 128.9 and 32. That the same. Accept that, and speeds are fine. Just that we need to adjust our thrust, our what you call that? Our THS is up 0.1. Start sequence is 1, then 2. Start number 1. Bird traffic, JetBlue4. Push to start from stand 3. Bird traffic. Outside.
Please set parking brakes.
Sorry, the captain. May request.
Parking brake is set.
Unlocking gear.
Wait for the avail sign, then we start engine number 2. There we go, engine number 2 start. If you just joined the stream, this is Fly for Cure 2024 in collaboration with Virtual
Tow
One
truck
World.
disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
That's one of our partner
Left
VAs
is
that we're
clear.
flying with
Right
today.
is clear.
So feel free to join if you would like. virtualoneworld.net. Starting engine number 2, waiting for the avail sign, and then we can continue the rest of the checklist. The IAEs take a little bit longer than the CFMs to start, so this is why we're taking a little longer than usual for the engines to say something. And then that was the pin away on the right side, start out, and the avail sign is there. Switch to normal, speed brake arm, and we can run the after start checklist. if you can come off now. So we have anti-ice not required. Econ status is checked. Pitch trim is 0.2 up, 0.1 up, and the last thing is rudder trim is neutral, and that is checked. Reset. All right, let's do our flight controls check. Fully left, fully right, and when we're doing these checks, we're scanning using the side stick, our indicator on the HSI, and also the ECAM, lower ECAM page. So fully left, fully right, neutral, fully up, fully down, neutral, rudder left, rudder right, neutral. Flaps 1 plus F. And we can turn the taxi light on. And let's do our taxi checks. Flight controls check. Flap setting is 1 plus F. Radar and predictive atmosphere is on and auto. Engine mode sector is normal. ECAM status is no blue. We can run the takeoff in just a minute. We're gonna get a warning for the cabin because the cabin hasn't said anything yet, so we'll say that. But takeoff is normal. We begin our taxi. For traffic, JetBlue 4, taxi runway 07 via taxiway Bravo. Enter backshot runway 07. Brakes off. Taxi light is on. And our runway lights are on. And just like that, the aircraft begins to move. Guys, here we go. If you're wondering, we're using Tropical Sim Antigua, beautiful scenery representing my home country, and it's pretty representative. It actually looks pretty good. It's almost like the real thing, pretty much like the real thing. And there's that 777 that was there earlier. All right, brake check 0. And we just disengage the pedals so we can turn the rudders and nothing happens, which is good. So we use a tiller for our taxi. Turn the music down so we can hear the engine sound as we taxi out. So we use taxiway Bravo. Technically, we could go down to Alpha, but from what I understand, in the real world, they only send the light aircraft, ATRs, the Pilatus, Cessnas, down there. On some occasions, you will have an Airbus going down taxiway Alpha as well, but for the most part, we have the jets going out either Charlie or Bravo. That's the cabin.
Hi, it's Brian. That's the cabin secure for takeoff.
All right, thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. See you next time. Talk to you when we get to the air. Runway entry procedure. Strobe lights coming on. Ladies and gentlemen, flight, this is your captain speaking. We are on taxi out to runway 07 for those of you who are into aviation. Aha. Our flight time today is going to be 4 hours, just about 4 hours, so we can get you there a little bit quicker. We'll try, if not 4 hours it is. Should be a smooth ride as we head up to Boston today. And of course, we are flying today to Boston on a charter flight for Fly for Cure 2024. Of course, we are remembering those who are with the struggle of breast cancer. We're in the month of October. So if you or anyone you know is struggling with that, we wish them all the best and hope that they will get a recovery from it. If not, do what they need to do to make sure that they are in the best of health. For those who have died, we commemorate them, we remember them, and I pray that their families are still holding together as they remember their loved ones. We'll be departing shortly. We are number 1. So flight attendants, prepare to cover for departure. So that is our departure briefing for our flight attendants and passengers. Let's get the speed up just a little bit more. We can go up to about 20 knots. We don't have a squawk code, so we'll create one. That would be 1663. And of course, if an agency comes online, they can change that for us. Not a problem. Should we do a rolling takeoff, guys? We should do a rolling takeoff. Let me know in the chat. Rolling takeoff it is. Things that I appreciate about flying out of Antigua, even if we were to do takeoffs one after the other, they'll be staggered anyways, because we have to enter our track. It's not like some of those other airports where we have the basic taxiways without TPM. So we should have good enough space, and so we fly level 340 initially. We could get up to 360 a little bit later on in the flight. Let's take out this pedal disconnect. So we can turn. That is good. Air traffic, JBU4. Take off from Msfs, step left hand for departure, air traffic. Bring the cabin one more time. Turn on exterior light. Out of runway 07, takeoff speed is 153, 154, 152, 153, 156. And we are ready to go. Start the timer, pressure on this thing. Manflex 58 SRS auto thrust is blue. Hit it on, check. Release the pressure. I see why he was having that trouble. Those winds are crazy. 100 feet left turn. Ah, yeah. We get a bounce around here. For traffic, JBU4, clear when you're passing 1,000 feet. Left turn direct. Lamp can join the upper Lima 46 to for traffic asphalt. Flying first. speed check. Box up. Autopilot A. There goes Antigua. See ya later. Transition out to standard check. Then we can go direct to lab kick. Execute. Now. Now we can go time set. I have to take off check. Speed brake down. Past 7,000, once we pass 10,000 feet, we will then turn off our exterior light. You've never seen Barracuda before, there it is. The sister island of Antigua, which is Barracuda. And for FYI for your information, wow. We just opened a new airport over there, new landing strip, so we can accommodate a little bit more of larger aircraft. There was a jet stream, Gulfstream that would have just landed there a few days ago, signaling the ability to do international landings over there in Barbuda, and for that we're grateful. Open our sister island to a little bit more tourism, where they can get direct flights into the sister isle versus coming to Antigua and then flying into Barbuda. So good things, great things going on. We appreciate the government for doing different things to help boost our sister isle where tourism is concerned. Alright, passing flight level 107. Aircraft is now reducing its ascent as it intends to speed up, and then we'll resume our normal climb rate. Based on our current speed, we're set to arrive 14 minutes after 8 this evening. So let's see what happens when we get to cruise, if that time will change. In our progress, we're going to put Tapa in the event that we have to do a return. We can actually go to, say, Martin. Put that in there, which is on a heading of 306, 75 miles away from us. So just a bit to the left in that direction. Our flight plan is taking us north, which would be east of St. Martin, so we can actually check that. So here we go, passing Barbuda, and this is St. Martin here. So normally, for persons who may or may not have flown to New York, normally we use the Upper Bravo 520 to St. Martin and then go north via Trinky up on the Lima 461. But this path is taking us east of that on the Lima 460, which will takes us a few miles east of St. Martin, directly south of Barbuda, so we get to see Barbuda a bit here. And this is actually a good representation of what it looks like even when you're flying real world. Somewhere around here we should have the bird sanctuary for the great frigate bird that we have over there, Barbuda, one of our national symbols. So that's pretty neat, pretty neat. So it's going to be a pretty smooth flight heading up to New York. Pardon me. Pretty smooth flight going to New York. We should have just a little bit of bumps on the about 3/4 of the way through, but by then that should be gone, hopefully. And then we just have a good landing in Boston. Let's see where our colleagues are. So this right here is our little conga line going on. We have American 7, who was the first one to depart. And then we have American 1 behind of him. Then we have us. And then there is American 21 and Caribbean 10, which will be departing shortly. There's actually New York radio that's online, so we should be able to contact New York radio shortly, so we should have some ATC, so you get to hear that. And that's pretty neat. That is pretty neat. So we can prep that 130.0. 130 point nothing. Get some music going here. Once we're through 10,000 feet. We're through flight level 200 now, up to flight level 340. So guys, we are on our way to Boston. If you're just joining, welcome. It is good to have you here. This flight is the event flight for my virtual airlines, virtualowa.net. Put that into the chat just now so you can get to see it. And it's the event flight that we have every October, which is Fly for Cure, celebrating persons who have survived the dreadful cancer of breast cancer. And then we have those who are still struggling with it. And those who would have passed away from it, we remember those as well and their families who are struggling with that, of course, those who are recent and those who would have died in the distant past. But we're just here trying to celebrate that. October is Breast Cancer Month, so we're just here doing a little part to raise awareness. If you are interested, there's also a link on the YouTube channel where you can donate. Feel free to do so as well. We appreciate that. And we have the link now in the chat. If you want to check out our virtual airline, we are pleased to have you. You would never get bored of flying because there are so many flights. You literally cannot get bored of flying. You have so many different airlines. We have Qantas, we have the American airlines that you would know, American, JetBlue, United, we have Frontier, Southwest, and Alaska. So you have all of those that are in the US. We have British Airways, EasyJet, Finnair, all the one world carriers, we have them. So Qantas is also there all the way in the south. We have Iberia if you want to fly in the Spanish region. So you would never get bored, and we're constantly updating and giving more and more. We just have Emirates, we just brought online Thai over there from Thailand. So guys, feel free to join, feel free to check us out. We welcome you with open arms to just fly and have fun. Fly and have fun. The upcoming aircraft that is about to be launched, we are so grateful for the Airbus A380. It's not going to be a fully complete version of the airplane. It's going to be an alpha, and of course with the alpha build you're going to have to expect bugs, but one of the things that they said, you can fly from point A to point B on the VRAM network. And so with that, once we get our hands on the Airbus, which comes out on Thursday, once we're able to run it nice and smooth as we want it on the sim, we definitely bring it here on the stream so we can fly the Airbus A380. It is going to be a little bit different than the Airbus because as you see right here, we have this is an Airbus that we're flying. This is the old technology from the 1980s, and the screens are small. As you can see, if we wanted to see this is EU, we have to go close to it. But on the A380, that has some ginormous screens, and so it is going to be one heck of a learning curve. But we are here for all of it because we want to be able to fly these different airframes. So this is what I was talking about. Screens are much bigger, and they have so many different technology that's there, the newer technology. So the more modern aircraft are able to put the airport information on the screen, so you can actually see where you're taxiing. So I wouldn't necessarily have to be looking on my nav graph here to just try and find the runway. I'll be able to watch my navigation display, which is called the ONAS, which will allow for us to see exactly where we're going, and that pink is what will show the aircraft itself. Here you also see you have these larger displays here for the MCDU. It is not like the normal one we have here, which is this small little box. It is a lot bigger, and so it's a little bit more intuitive. You have a little bit more things you can do, and so it would really be a learning curve for all of us flying the Airbus. Most of the flows should be the same in terms of what it is on the overhead panel. You'll be able to do the same flows. There might be some difference in placement, I don't think that there is a... Oh, look at that. That aircraft flying above us. That's cool. I think that plane is going to... He's 8,000 feet above us. Aha. Let's see where he's going. He is going to... He doesn't have a flight plan, but that's Air Canada 90. Pretty sure he's probably going to Sao Paulo. I think that's where Air Canada 90 goes, so have fun to him with that. Don't know if he's flying a 730, 777 or a 787. But yes, so the Airbus A380, that would be something new for us to learn, because it is going to be very different from what we currently see right here. In addition to that, we're able to there's some more technology that they want to implement as well. There's something called BTV, which is the brake to vacate, something new for me, where you do, so it says brake to vacate plays a critical role in automatically managing brakes to reach a runway exit pre-selected by a flight crew. It also enhances pilot awareness of braking distances before and during landing. Runway overrun warning protection, roll and rock, which helps minimize the risk of runway overrun and landing. The ROW and ROP are available as soon as the auto brake mode is armed and can be used independently from the BTV. So we will be able to select what takeoff, what landing turnoff we want to use, and the brake to vacate feature is supposed to help us with braking to get to that turn-off point. I mean, it's a whale of an airplane. I mean, look at this plane. It is huge. I can get an outside picture of it. Not sure why I can't see that picture. Anyways, it is a very big plane. I'm gonna get you a photo of it just now. A380. This whale of a plane. It's huge, and just having this airplane in the sim is going to be fantastic, and it's actually going to give us a preview to what we can expect for the A350 from mini builds, because the A350 from mini builds, so the A380 came out first, then the A350 in the real world, that is, and so the technology that you see in the A380 is pretty similar to that in the A350. So once we get our hands on the A380, by the next 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks, when Microsoft 2024 drops, and shortly after that the A350 drops from Inibills, that will give us a heads up to flying and understanding what we can expect with the flight deck for the A350 from Inibills. This week as well, hopefully, we haven't heard anything yet, but from PMDG we're supposed to get the 777 freighter. Hopefully that happens very soon, because we want to be able to do some freight dog action real quick. Flying the freighter gives us a little bit more flexibility, because the passenger airports are pretty straightforward in a sense. We know those, but we're able to fly some different routes using the freighter version of the 777. So we're hoping to get that shortly on this sim, so we can do those flights as well. I know persons are wondering when I'm going to bring the the 737 MAX. That should be coming shortly. Hopefully by the end of the week we should have a flight or two with that. If not, hopefully definitely next week, in the first week of November, we should be able to get that out as well. So we'll be making some strides. Some really good things are coming to the simulator. Microsoft 2024 brings a series of aircraft as well. The A330, 200 and 300, as well as coming in the Microsoft 2024. So exciting times ahead, So we're just going to see what's going on with it. The Microsoft 2024 comes out on November 19. I'm not entirely sure if I'll get it immediately or I may wait a week or two to see what the hype may be about it. It's going to be great because there's certain new engines that are coming out with it. So we're not going to doubt that at all. The trailers all look fantastic. So we're just going to see how it runs before we bring it on the stream for sure. The 757, which is my all-time favorite, is not going to be out for 2020. Well, it will be out for 2020 first, but it's not going to be out at the end of 2024 as they were hoping. So sometime in the first quarter, hopefully in 2025, we should get the 757. That would definitely be one of the airplanes that we utilize for the sim. Coming to flight number 330, almost a 340. So we're flying pretty well right about now. So let's see where Boston is. Boston is 1439 miles north of here. So we will press on as we fly over the ocean. Level 50340. See if the sign can come off. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We're at cruise altitude flight level of 34,000 feet. We're looking at smooth ride throughout the flight today. However, if you're in your seat, we ask you to keep your seat sign on in the event that we have any unexpected rough air. As we stated earlier, flight time is 4 hours. We are scheduled to land today at 15 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock. If we can get you there a bit faster, we'll do our very best to do that. And also remember, your flight attendants are there for your safety. So if you will, please adhere to all the instructions that they give. And we hope you enjoy a good flight. We'll talk to you later on as we get closer to our destination. Alright guys, we're at flight number 340. So we're going to let you enjoy the music for a little bit. Just give me a few minutes and we'll be right back. Hi guys, so I am back for a little bit. Hope you guys are still doing well. So as you would have seen from our flight path, we would have taken off from Antigua on the JBU4. We are now looking at New York oceanic airspace. And we can now squad 2000 as we fly through that airspace. I'm a bit worried about trying to do the YouTube movie on the stream because I may get flagged for copyright. So I am not certain that I'm able to do that. I was thinking about watching some Mentor Pilot, some of his stuff. I really like his videos. He has some really good videos on talking about different aircraft investigations, what would have happened back then. So these are really, really cool ones that I like to watch. So you can feel free to give him a subscribe as well. So I'm wondering if I could do that. So we can have at least something to watch on the stream. But I don't really want to be flagged for copyright. Besides the music that's already there, that should be fine as well, but this is not copyrighted too. If not, we just enjoy the view. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We will try to answer them as completely as we can. I know you guys would have seen the pink textures, so if you're wondering what that is a GSX error. I did what I was supposed to do, which was go into the GSX app and update the livery. Don't know what happened, yet here we are. So instead of actually seeing passengers, we're seeing the pink textures for the seated passengers. So I'm hoping that I can fix that once we get on the ground in Boston. But for now, we can enjoy the view of the flight deck.
Well, whatever you choose, I can almost guarantee you that it will appear in this story. It is a horrifying account of how every possible safety barrier can be breached if training, VRAM, maintenance, and just general common sense is not used. Stay tuned.
I don't know if anybody heard me.
This story will focus on what happened to Air from North Flight 821, but to fully understand and to appreciate its gravity,
it's a situation
you
where
first need to...
I get flagged for copyright, then I'll just know not to do it again on the stream. But just to give us some time here as we watch as we fly today, we'll just watch this stuff on Mentor Pilot. I think I muted myself. always talking and muting myself and don't remember to unmute. So we're gonna watch this one, which is the insane story of Aeroflot North flight. 737. I don't know if it's a 300 or 400, but we'll find it out in the video. So let's have at it.
To know a little bit of background on both the pilots and the airline involved. Aeroflot North was originally called Archangel's United Aviation Squadron, and it was formed in the then Soviet Union back in 1963. It continued to exist as a mainly regional domestic operator until in 2004 the then Russian flag carrier Aeroflot bought 51% of its stock and renamed it Aeroflot North, turning it into a purely regional Aeroflot subsidiary. This marked the beginning of a very strong company expansion, and the management quickly realized that they would need to start buying Western-built aircraft in order to keep growing. The aircraft they chose to go with was the Boeing 737-500, which was perfect in both size and relative cost for the expansion. 12 737s were bought, and in 2006 the Russian aviation authorities allowed the company to start operating them. But it seems like the authorities didn't look too closely into how these aircraft were going to be implemented into the existing fleet, or how the training of Aeroflot North pilots on these aircraft was going to be done. Because prior to the arrival of the 737, the fleet of Aeroflot North had consisted of only Soviet-manufactured aircraft like the Tupolev 154, the Tupolev 134, Antonov 24 and the Antonov 26. What all of those aircraft had in common was that they required a 3 or sometimes 4-man flight crew, where a flight engineer dealt with the engines and sometimes a navigator did the en route navigation. This meant that the pilots who were now going to operate the more modern 2-pilot cockpit of the Boeing 737 had to undergo not just a major change in technical system knowledge, but also a crew resource management and flying philosophy change, much bigger than what most people realized at the time. On top of that, all of the manuals and system descriptions of the 737 was only available in English, a language that these Russian pilots had only a very rudimentary understanding of. Now, a fully operational knowledge of English was of course required for any pilot operating in international airspace, but these pilots had only flown domestically in Russia up until this point and had therefore never really needed to learn English properly. The pilots who were eventually going to operate Flight 821 were, on top of this, also quite new in their roles. The captain was 35 years old and had a total flying experience of only 3,900 hours, 2,800 of which had been flown on the Soviet-type Tupolev 134 and the Antonov 2. He had only operated as a first officer on those types and had still been upgraded to a captain on the Boeing 737 after having flown only 713 hours on this completely new type. This meant that he was both new on the type and as a captain when this accident happened. His type rating training on the 737 had been done in the US, but for some reason the training paperwork hadn't been saved, so we don't really know how well he did on that course. But what we do know is that there were also several irregularities in his subsequent line training and check-in records, as it seems like Aeroflot North didn't really follow their own state-approved training programs very carefully. Before reporting for Flight 821, the captain had rested for about 15 hours, which was more than the stipulated.
It's always weird to me how a lot of these companies, I guess back then, well, given the fact that we have all these regulations now, it would have come from what happened back then. But it's just to say you're flying an aircraft, an airline, with hundreds of people, and your pilots are not fully trained, or you know that there's some deficiencies. I've seen some of these videos where you have some of these pilots would have failed. Now, before you get at me, I know that people can always change, people can improve, and so on and so on. But how do you put a pilot who has certain deficiencies into a flight deck with people in the back? It's just kind of weird to me.
Minimum, but during the 3 previous days he had been working long night flights with several serious breaches of minimum rest regulations, leading to possible accumulative fatigue. As an example, on one of these occasions he had rested only 6 hours instead of the minimum 12. His English knowledge was reported to be at an acceptable level, equivalent to ICAO level 2 or 6, which wouldn't be high enough to fly internationally, but still significantly better than the level of his colleague, which we'll get to next. The first officer was 43 years old and had a total flight time of 8,900 hours, which was actually more than the captain had, but a full 7,000 of those hours had been flown on the old Soviet propeller-driven Antonov 2. He had then flown 1,600 hours on the JBU4 before transitioning over to the Boeing 737, which he, at the time of the flight, only had 236 hours on. He had completed his type rating training for the 737 in a training center in St. Petersburg, and the record showed that he had been struggling quite a bit during that course, specifically with the use of English. This had caused him trouble with following the standard operating procedures and understanding the manuals and systems, but also, crucially for this story, he had shown issues with handling the aircraft after engine failures or with significant amounts of asymmetric thrust. You see, both pilots had been flying Soviet aircraft before who had either only one engine, like the Antonov 2, or engines spaced very close together, like the JBU4. If the engines are spaced close together, the effect of thrust asymmetry, like in the case of an engine failure or malfunction, will be much less severe due to the smaller moment arm from the still operating engine. On the Boeing 737, where the engines are hanging below the wings and much further from the center of the aircraft, the pilots would need to counteract this yawing momentum with rudder much more forcefully than these pilots were used to, and the first officer had reportedly struggled a lot with this. To that should also be added that in some cases, pilots coming from Soviet-type aircraft wouldn't even have handled the thrust levels much themselves, as this was normally done by the flight engineer of those types. But the main root of the problems for the first officer was, like I mentioned before, his English language level. He had completed a beginner's course followed by an advanced aviation technical English course just prior to joining the type rating, but the school who had provided this training to him was later found to lack accreditation and using teachers without any teaching background or verified English language knowledge. It is also worth noting that even though the pilots had gone through recurrent training and check-in after their type rating was finished, there were no specific training for aircraft upset prevention and recovery anywhere in the airline syllabi. So that's the story of the pilots, which leads us to the aircraft that they were going to operate on this flight, because it will also play a huge role in what's about to happen. The aircraft's registration was Victor Papa Bravo Kilo Oscar and was registered in Bermuda, which is actually the reason why we have access to this final report in English. It was a Boeing 737-505 with 44,533 hours on the airframe, and it had previously been operated in China for another airline. There were a couple of peculiarities with this aircraft that will all play important roles in the story. First of all, this aircraft had a different type of flight director fit than most of the other 737s in the Airfloat North fleet. It didn't have the standard command bars. Instead, it had the older integrated Q or V-bars type, where a V-shaped aircraft symbol is used to follow a magenta V-shaped guide. That guide V has the same shape as the aircraft symbol, and remember that. Here, it's also worth mentioning a fundamental difference between Western-type attitude indicators and Soviet ones. In Western instruments, the aircraft symbol stays still and the horizon moves inside of the instrument, basically simulating the same view that the pilots see when they look outside of their windows. But in Soviet attitude indicators, the horizon stays still and instead the aircraft symbol moves, showing a picture to the pilots as if they were sitting in a level position behind the aircraft, watching it move in relation to the horizon. That's a small but fundamental difference, which makes the transition to flying Western aircraft even trickier for ex-Soviet pilots, especially if the aircraft start getting into extreme attitudes where quick decision-making and situational awareness is key. The other thing about this aircraft, which is important to know, is that it had a recorded history of problems with its thrust levels. Specifically, the two thrust levels seem to be trimmed differently in the middle position, so that with the thrust levels next to each other, the right engine will produce significantly more thrust than the left one. This was not the case during maximum or minimum thrust lever angles, which pointed to a problem with the engine trim itself, or a faulty temperature probe inside of the right engine. In any case, the way that this would manifest itself was that the auto throttle would stagger the thrust levels, basically moving the left thrust lever up higher than the right one to compensate and equalize the thrust down.
Work for the pilots to have to remember that one, and of course if there's some sort of emergency, then to remember to shift back and forth. That's a whole lot of work in the flight deck, man.
But for those of you who have watched my video about the Srivijaya Flight 182 accident, you might also remember that the auto throttle has a system called the Cruise Thrust Split Monitoring System built in. That system will disconnect the auto throttle if there is too much difference between the thrust levels, but only if certain conditions are met. It turns out that that had actually happened multiple times on this aircraft during the days before the accident flight, but instead of looking into the root cause of why the auto throttle had disconnected, the engineering firm who had been contracted to do maintenance for Airport North had simply labeled the auto throttle as inoperative. Now, when maintenance do this, they also have to completely deactivate the system by pulling out the associated circuit breakers, put collars on them, and then mark the auto throttle switch with an inop sticker, kind of like this one. But none of that had been properly done, meaning that the crews had just disregarded the note in the tech log and continued to use the auto throttle system anyway, since that was slightly much easier. And that brings us to the night of the accident. But first this. Now, before we continue, let me tell you about something really important: ice hockey. Being Swedish and from Örnsköldsvik, I'm a big hockey fan, and my favorite team, Modo Hockey, has been doing really great this year. Now, obviously, since I live in Spain, I've missed most of their games, but when they started playing finals to qualify for the highest league in Sweden, I just had to watch them. So, I paid for the pay-per-view package for the Swedish Seymour channel, and then I sat down together with my wife Sandra, who, as it turns out, also loves hockey, and switched on the TV as the finals were about to start. And it didn't work. It turns out that Seymour has geo-restricted access to the game to Swedish IP addresses only, and it didn't matter if I had paid or not, I just couldn't watch it. Luckily though, I had access to the app of today's sponsor, NordVPN, and when I switched that on, chose the server in Sweden, then I just had to update the Seymour app, and there was the game in all its glory. Now, this is exactly the reason I personally use NordVPN and why I have decided to advertise them. They just work. It's a wonderfully fast, user-friendly and safe VPN that just basically does what it says on the tin. If you travel a lot or like getting a good deal, well then use the link here below, which is nordvpn.com/pilot, right now to start testing their services. It will give you a special deal, giving you 4 extra months for free when you sign a 2-year deal. Hurry, because it's a time-limited deal, and remember that you always have 30 days of money-back guarantee, so you're not really risking anything. But now, back to the important stuff. How did Modo do in the finals? Well, they won, of course. Now, let's continue. On the 13th of September 2008, the crew, who consisted of the 2 pilots and 4...
One thing you guys can also get from Enterprise that he gives a lot of assistance in terms of his sponsors. So, feel free to watch him. I really enjoy his videos. It's a learning experience in terms of how you fly and what you can do if you are a pilot. So, browse through his video. You'll see a lot of things that can happen in the cockpit, from CRM through resource management, just being able to communicate, the importance of communication, especially as a pilot within the cockpit, the struggles that you have with persons who may or may not think because they're captains and they have the final say and not listening to each other. So yeah, check him out. He's really, really good. Go back to the video.
4 cabin crew members arrived to Moscow Sheremetyevo Airport around 01:30 local time. The first officer arrived first with 3 of the cabin crew, and the captain arrived slightly later with the remaining cabin crew member. They first went through a standard medical examination, which they all cleared, and then proceeded to the crew room to look through the pre-flight documentation. The flight was a normal passenger flight going from Moscow to Perm, with 82 passengers booked, and when the pilots looked through the weather and NOTAMs, it looked quite okay. There was some rain and mist forecasted at their destination, but it wasn't bad enough to cause any real concern. They then walked out to stand 22, where the aircraft was parked, and started preparing it for departure. The captain checked the tech log and saw that the auto throttle was marked as inoperative, but he could also see that it hadn't been deactivated, and there were no technical personnel around to ask, so he likely figured it could still be used until it failed again. The other inoperative item in the tech log was the aircraft's TCAS system, but they were allowed to operate without it, so that wasn't a major concern. The first officer was going to be pilot flying, so he started setting up the cockpit as the captain did the exterior inspection. Now, as part of the cockpit setup in the Boeing 737, the inertial reference system needs to be aligned. That's a set of laser gyros and accelerometers that helps keep track of the aircraft position after an initial position has been entered. Those gyros are prone to drifting, meaning that they will only be really accurate for a short while after they have been aligned, and after that they will need help from other navigation systems to correct them. In more modern aircraft, this is done by the GPSs, but there were no GPS installed in this aircraft, which meant that it would need to rely on updating its position using cross-checking of radio aids along the route, primarily VUR DME stations. The problem, though, was that on this particular route there were no such stations close enough to be used. This would mean that the IRS system, which was the primary system used to updating the aircraft's position on the navigation display, would become increasingly inaccurate as the time went on. And on top of that, the first officer also made a mistake when he inputted their initial coordinates, which meant that already from the start the IRS error was about 1 nautical mile. But the information that we pilots get from the navigation display is only really a backup that makes our lives a little bit easier. During instrument conditions and in phases of flight where navigation accuracy is really important, we always need to verify our position with the help of raw data instruments like the VOR or NDB needles or the ILS pointers. So a map shift, meaning that the navigation display is not fully accurate, should not be a huge problem, but we'll get back to that later. When everyone was ready, the captain made a welcome PA to the passengers, and then the first officer requested pushback. 6 minutes later, at time 0306 local time, the aircraft started taxiing out for takeoff from runway 07 left. There were unfortunately no cockpit voice recordings available for the taxi out phase, because the cockpit voice recorder in the aircraft only covered the last 30 minutes of flight, so we don't know how well the standard operating procedures were followed, but we do know that the inoperative auto throttle was activated just prior to departure, even though it really shouldn't have. Now, since the first officer was going to be pilot flying, the procedure stipulated that the captain should have handed over the controls to him after the aircraft had been nicely lined up with the centerline. The first officer should then have gently increased the thrust to around 40% N1, let the engine stabilize there, as they might accelerate at different speeds initially, and only after that press the toga buttons and call for takeoff thrust to be set. This is a critical safety procedure to make sure that the start and takeoff roll is done correctly and to avoid potential loss of control due to asymmetric thrust at low speed. But that's not what happened here. Instead, the captain moved the thrust levels forward during the line-up turn to a 55-degree angle, meaning a thrust of 70.5% N1 on the left engine and 84% on the right, since the engines weren't properly trimmed. So that meant that he handed over the controls to the first officer with a significant thrust asymmetry in the middle of the line-up turn. This caused the first officer to have to give full left rudder initially to line the aircraft with the centerline, and then almost full right rudder to keep the centerline, as the right engine was now pushing more than the left one was. This unnecessary increase in workload and complexity meant that the toga buttons were never pushed, and the correct takeoff thrust was therefore not set either. This in turn caused a slower than normal initial acceleration during the first 20 seconds. When the aircraft had reached approximately 90 knots, someone, likely the captain, finally pushed the toga buttons, which would have activated the flight directors. But since the thrust should have been set by 60 knots and the outer throttle goes into a mode known as throttle hold at a speed of 84 knots, the correct takeoff thrust still wasn't set, and it's the job of the pilot monitoring, in this case the captain, to monitor that that is actually done. 2 seconds after the takeoff rotation, the thrust was finally adjusted to 88% N1 on both engines, and this serves to show that already from the very beginning of this flight, the pilots weren't following normal procedures and seemed to lack some fundamental understanding of the automatic systems aboard their aircraft. The flight continued climbing towards the east, and the first officer eventually engaged autopilot B, which would stay engaged for the majority of this flight. Soon after their departure, the FMC updated its position based on the Moscow VOR, but that only updated the position on the navigation display. The IRS position was still not correct, and the drift of the IRS continued with a value of around 1 to 2 nautical miles per hour. The aircraft continued to climb and reached their cruise altitude of just under 30,000 feet or 9,100 meters at around 0330 in the morning. Now, all altitude references in Russian airspace are measured in meters, so I will continue using that going forward. Throughout the cruise portion of this flight, the auto throttle stayed connected, and it kept thrust levels staggered around 13 to 15 degrees because of the difference in thrust output between the two engines. This stagger meant that the N1 was equal on both engines, causing no side slip or problems for the autopilot to handle it, and as long as the criteria for the cruise thrust split monitoring system wasn't fulfilled, the auto throttle continued to function, and as far as we know, the flight continued throughout the cruise without any real problems. When the aircraft was about 110 nautical miles or 200 kilometers away from Perm Airport, the pilots started discussing which arrival and approach they were likely going to be flying. They were also discussing what the local QFE setting was, and by the way, this is another difference between flying in Russia and in the West. The Russians often use a pressure setting known as QFE for their altimeters, which, when used, will show the aircraft height above the landing airport instead of the altitude above the sea level, which we always use in the West. The first officer now tried to load the arrival and approach routing into the flight management computer, but they were not available from the FMC memory, so he had to program the waypoints himself, something he was having some huge problems with. He just didn't seem to understand the logic behind FMC programming and was asking the captain for a lot of help. This work took a lot longer than he had expected, and because of this, it looks like the crew completely skipped doing an approach briefing and also didn't do the descent checklist. Now, from a crew resource management standpoint, this is a very serious omission, as the approach briefing not only confirms that everything is properly set up, but also sets out the plan for how the approach will be flown so that both pilots share a common understanding of it. It's also the time where we typically discuss upcoming threats like terrain or changes of runways and how we will deal with them, so skipping it is just not an option. The captain now called up the air traffic controller and requested to start the descent. The controller answered and cleared them to initially descend to 4,500 meters, which is about 14,000 feet, and to contact the approach controller when they passed 5,100 meters. As this new cleared altitude was set by the first officer in the mode control panel, he didn't make any call-outs, and there was no cross-checks of the set altitude done by the captain, which is another major breach of procedure. These type of omissions, plus a general lack of communications regarding changes in autopilot modes, FMA changes and clearances, continued throughout the descent, and in fact, none of the important safety barriers that have been put in place after so many other tragic accidents seem to have been used in this cockpit at all. On top of these procedural errors, the captain also made several strange minor mistakes, like confusing their call sign, referring to incorrect altitudes for pressurization checks, etc., which pointed to him not being at his absolute A game, even before the approach started. Now, what they did do during the descent was to trash talk the cabin crew and the air traffic controller for no apparent reason whatsoever, as well as discuss other non-operational subjects, breaking the rule of sterile cockpit as they did so. The autopilot modes used were LNAV and VNAV, which provided an idle descent and therefore no thrust asymmetry, but that will soon change. The captain would, for example, tell the first officer to take the radio, which is a pilot monitoring duty, indicating that he was instead taking controls, but he would then also do other tasks like turning on the engine NTIs, which is a pilot monitoring duty, all while sporadically making control inputs. Now, a foundational principle in how we fly the Boeing 737 is what we call adherence to areas of responsibility. This means that certain tasks are always done by the pilot flying and others are done by the pilot monitoring. It's done like that to minimize confusion regarding who should do what and when, and it's extremely important in a two-pilot cockpit, but it clearly didn't happen here. Anyway, at time 04:49 and 30 seconds, the aircraft passed 5,100 meters, and the first officer, who apparently was doing both the pilot flying and the pilot monitoring duties at that point, reported this to the air traffic controller and was then told to contact the PARM approach controller on a new frequency. When the first officer checked in, he was told to continue the descent to 2,700 meters and then proceed via the Mendeleevo 4 Bravo arrival route. The first officer correctly read back the altitude clearance, but he then incorrectly read back the Mendeleevo 4 Alpha arrival, which was what he had prepared for in the flight management computer. The controller corrected him, and even though he now read back the correct clearance, this seemed to greatly confuse the first officer, who was not prepared for this change of plan. The new arrival route would require quite a bit of different maneuvering by the crew, bringing them in over the final for runway 03, then out to a locator beacon called the Tapa-X-ray, followed by a base turn towards the ILS for runway 21. The arrival route that the crew had prepared for was a much simpler direct routing towards a point called Sindra, and then a turn towards the ILS, likely the one that they would normally get. Now, even though this arrival was significantly different, the crew did not do any kind of rebrief of it. It turns out that the reason for this slightly unusual arrival route was that a Lufthansa Airbus A319 was getting ready to depart from PARM and had requested runway 03 for departure due to a slight tailwind on the landing runway 21. This new arrival route would create some extra separation between the departing traffic and the landing of flight 821, but there was no intention from the controllers to actually change the landing runway. The crew now started discussing how to actually fly this new route, and the first officer asked, how is Bravo different? This discussion was interrupted by a cabin crew member entering the cockpit, reminding the pilots that the fasten seatbelt sign had not yet been switched on. The captain responded that it was too early for that, when in fact it was definitely time to put that on. If another crew member reminds you about something that you have forgot, then you should always thank them and just do it. It doesn't matter who is right, it's what is right that's important. But instead of doing that, the captain now apparently thought that it would be a great idea to ask the cabin crew member for a cup of tea instead, in the middle of this complicated change of navigation and during descent, and when she was likely busy with her own procedures, and that's likely why she had reminded them about the seatbelt sign in the first place. Now, it's unclear if he ever got that tea, but again, this is a very strange thing to prioritize. At time 04:50 and 37 seconds, the controller came in and gave the crew an explanation for the change of arrival route. He said, Aeroflot A21, expect approach via automarker, and for your information, aircraft lining up for departure, wind not suitable for it, heading 212. This was a quite convoluted way of explaining the reason to the crew, and it indeed seemed to just further confuse them.
Light up, right there. One of the things I like about Microsoft Flight Simulator is just how realistic the lighting look. It's really, really cool, and I can only imagine what it's going to be like in 2024. So that's pretty nice. Alright, back to the video.
The first officer now asked, so what are we going to do? Present course? And the captain, who had taken over the radio again, called up the controller and asked him about the wind. And he was told that there was a tailwind of 5.7 meters per second, or about 11 knots for runway 21. He responded that this was an acceptable tailwind for them, and the controller came back again and said that he had only given them the reason for the Lufthansa crew changing takeoff course. To conclude this exchange, the captain then finally asked, which course? And the controller responded, to the outer marker, Papa X-ray. The captain read back, course to the outer marker, Roger, but without clarifying if this was via the previously cleared arrival route or just directly to it. As you can see from these exchanges, quite a bit of confusion now seemed to have started to build up in the cockpit, and the way that the controller interacted with them certainly didn't help. Because of the discussion regarding the tailwind, it seems like the pilots now, especially the first officer, started thinking that they were actually cleared into a pattern for a landing on runway 03 instead of runway 21. He actually said that multiple times during the next few minutes, but none of the pilots bothered to actually ask the controller to confirm which runway they could expect, which would be the logical thing to do.
This also comes back to what happens on backsim as well. There's some controllers who get annoyed with you for asking questions. Listen, if you, as a pilot fly, you didn't understand something, ask questions. It doesn't matter how busy the airspace is. I mean, if it's busy enough, then you log off, yes, if you can't get it. But as the pilot flying, you're ultimately in control of the airplane, and you'd want to make sure that every time you're doing your flight, that you're absolutely sure what you're doing, because you don't want to get in a situation where there's confusion. And much as what you're seeing here, two pilots are doing two different things, different agendas, who has more power control or whatnot. So it's just good to make sure you have proper crew management in the flight deck, and communication is very important.
From this point onwards, the captain started sounding very annoyed, and later speech analysis of the voice recorder showed that he was likely experiencing increasing stress levels as the flight now continued. The confusion regarding the landing runway just continued in the cockpit as they were getting closer and closer to the airport. And when the first officer asked the captain about it, he was just told that the controller will tell us. Eventually, however, it seems like the captain decided that it was likely going to be the ILS runway 21 after all, and he inserted that into the FMC, but without communicating that fact to his first officer. The aircraft now descended through 10,000 feet with no pressurization check done by the captain, which is a further lapse in his standard operating procedures. Now, remember that IRS drift that I talked about earlier? Well, as the aircraft was getting closer to their destination, that drift had now increased to about 4.5 kilometers, meaning that the position of the aircraft depicted on their navigation display showed a position 4.5 kilometers more to the northeast than their actual position was. This will soon become very important. Now, the fact that the aircraft wasn't actually tracking towards their cleared waypoint should, of course, have been noticed by the crew by cross-checking the NB needle. Would have shown that it was pointing somewhere else. But the frequency for the Papa X-ray had not been actually tuned in, likely because the approach briefing hadn't been completed, and therefore the NB needle didn't really point to anything. The approach controller could of course see on his radar screen that the aircraft wasn't routing towards the Papa X-ray beacon as he had cleared them to do, but he didn't mind that much because it actually provided more separation to the departing Airbus than he had originally planned. The aircraft was now cleared to continue to descend to 2,700 meters, or about 8,000 feet, and then await further clearance. The pilots were using level change for the descent, meaning that the thrust levels remained in idle, but when they reached the cleared altitude, the outer throttle started moving the thrust levels forward to maintain the speed. And as that happened, they again moved to different angles to maintain the same thrust output. Since the outer throttle couldn't do this compensation immediately, some thrust asymmetry was introduced and the control wheel started displacing to counteract it. This was, however, not noticed by the pilots, who were too busy discussing which direction the next turn was going to be. The captain thought that they were going to receive a left turn to base to directly intercept the ILS, whilst the first officer predicted that there would be a right turn for a downwind leg, something that would be necessary because they were still way too high.
So again, the captain is the one monitoring. Still not even having communication. So if you're sitting in the flight, what are you doing? What's the point of having another person there if you're not going to communicate?
high to start the ILS approach. This discussion was then cut short by the controller, calling them to descend to 2,100 meters and then turn right towards the back course, meaning the opposite course to the landing runway. But unfortunately, he still didn't clarify which the landing runway was actually going to be. He just assumed that the crew knew this. The captain was sure that the controller was referring to runway 21, which was actually correct, but the first officer still thought that it was going to be a right turn for runway 03. Now, at this point, I just want to point out how utterly absurd it was that they were now overhead the runway, still debating which runway they were going to land at. But this was just the beginning. Since the flight management computer most likely had been programmed to proceed direct to the threshold point for runway 21 after the Papa X-ray and the aircraft was still flying in LNAV, it meant that it had already started the right turn, even before the controller cleared the crew to do so. Now, however, since the aircraft was unable to reach this threshold point with the speed that they were flying, around 220 knots at the time, it instead started turning left to get back to this point, and that completely confused the first officer, who called out, "Where is it going? I don't understand where it's going." Now, that's never a good thing to hear from a pilot. The captain told the first officer to engage heading select instead, which was a good call at this point. He also told him to turn right to heading 030 degrees for downwind as they continued to descend. At time 04:59 and 23 seconds, the aircraft started leveling off at 2,100 meters. This again caused the thrust levels to start moving forward to try to match the thrust demand, and as that happened, a significant thrust asymmetry again started developing. But since the aircraft was in a right turn and the right engine was producing more thrust, it created a side slip with a left roll component, meaning that the autopilot had to input even more right aileron to continue the turn. Now, this caused the spoilers to raise above a certain threshold value of the right wing, finally satisfying the requirements for the cruise thrust split monitoring system to activate and then turn off the autothrottle. When that happened, an autothrottle warning light came on, which was acknowledged by both pilots. The captain now told the first officer to keep flying with manual thrust, and this now made things considerably more complicated. Because since he was now moving the thrust levels manually, the first officer moved them in synchronization, which, due to the persistent failure of the thrust trimming, meant that the engines would now start producing considerable asymmetric thrust from this point onwards. None of the pilots monitored the actual N1 on the engine instruments, and because they didn't do that, the first officer never diagnosed the asymmetric thrust and therefore also didn't apply any opposite rudder to counteract it. What this in turn meant was that the autopilot had to move the control wheel to try and keep the aircraft on the correct course, and that actually worked for a while, but only as long as the autopilot was actually engaged. 45 seconds after 5 o'clock in the morning, the aircraft had finally established itself on the...
So imagine me having to do this one-man pilot on the simulator, having to deal with this. There's something called FS2 group that is supposed to augment the flight connection, but it's still not enough, in my view, to give me what I would need, especially if there were an emergency. But I can't really talk too much about it. I personally don't own any of the FS2 product, so I don't know if anybody is watching this stream and talking about it. I don't think that it's able to handle certain failures, so to speak. So even what is happening here with a two-group like that, there's still a lot of work compared to if you had just one person trying to manage it.
Downwind course and was now instructed to descend to 600 meters, which was the ILS intercept altitude, about 2,000 feet. The captain finally asked, confirm for an ILS approach, which the controller did, and since runway 21 was the only runway with an ILS approach in Perm, it meant that finally the crew knew which runway they were going to land on a full 12 minutes after this first doubt had started to occur. The pitch mode level change was now selected in order to get the aircraft to descend, together with flaps 1, without any callouts, but the thrust levels would not move to idle. because the thrust had been left at a rather high value by the first officer, the speed now started to accelerate towards 232 knots, and in level change the aircraft will not descend unless the thrust is reduced. Level change is a pitch mode created primarily to keep the selected speed, and if the thrust is enough to maintain the speed, nothing will actually happen. When the auto throttle is engaged, this is never a problem, because with level change selected, it will set either idle thrust for descent or climb thrust for climb, but with manual thrust, you need to look after that yourself. The captain must have seen the high speed, so he commanded the first officer to start using speed brake and to reduce the speed to 190 knots. The thrust was now reduced back to idle, but again, in level change, the aircraft will prioritize the speed first. So in this case, it was decelerating the aircraft down to the new commanded speed without starting any real descent until that was accomplished. This really seemed to confuse the first officer, who asked several times, why isn't it descending, as they kept selecting more flaps and also simultaneously reduced the speed further. The controller now called the aircraft up and told them that they were about 16 kilometers away from the airport, but still at 1800 meters, and asked them if they were actually descending. This made the captain absolutely furious, and he shouted out, "How low must we descend? How low must we descend?" To which the first officer replied, 600 meters, and the captain then immediately called this back out to the controller, who obviously knew this, as he was the one who had cleared them to descend to that altitude. From this point onwards, the captain started acting truly unhinged, and the analysis of his voice indicated some very high stress levels. He now started asking the controller if they could begin the right turn to intercept the ILS, which was not appropriate from the position that they were in, since they were still at 1700 meters or 5,200 feet, more than twice as high as they should be in order to capture the glide slope from that distance. They had just descended through the transition level, where the local pressure must be set on the altimeters, so the controller now asked the crew to confirm that this had been done. And the captain did confirm that they had, before he again asked to turn towards the final. Setting QFE was the trigger to go through the approach checklist, but that was never done either. And in fact, the QFE pressure setting was only set on the first officer's altimeter, not on the captain, something that the approach checklist was actually designed to pick up. When the captain now asked to turn inbound for a third time, the controller finally caved and cleared them to turn base when ready. He also informed them that they were at a distance of 20 kilometers for the runway, or about 10.8 nautical miles, clearly indicating that he thought that it was still too high to start the approach. So why did the captain want to turn inbound this early? Well, remember that IRS drift that we talked about before? The captain was likely looking down on his navigation display, which showed a position about 4.5 kilometers more to the northeast than they were actually at. Now, even with that error in, they would still have been quite high, but not as desperately high as they now were. The turn towards the final was started at time 0504 and 15 seconds, and since they were more than twice as high as they should be, the captain decided to also lower the landing gear and extend the flaps to 15 in order to increase the drag. But since he also told the first officer to reduce the speed, the aircraft again initially reduced the descent rate to achieve this lower speed, making them even higher above the profile. The aircraft rolled out on a heading of 160 degrees to intercept the ILS localizer, which would have caused them to capture the localizer about 9 kilometers away from the runway, instead of the stipulated 12.6 kilometer, making it completely impossible to follow the glide, which would be well below them. But in the cockpit, it still looked like they would intercept at around 14 kilometers out. It's likely that the first officer at this point saw the problem, because the ILS pointers would have now been visible on his EADI, with the glide slopes showing up full deflection below them. He now asked for flap 30, but the captain didn't respond, because he was now talking to the approach controller, who was transferring them over to the ground controller. So the first officer had to call 2 more times before finally the captain answered. And what he answered was truly bone-chilling. He said, "Do everything yourself. Flaps, thrust, MCP changes, everything." Now, to say that to a less experienced colleague in the middle of a very dynamic, complicated and accelerating situation is among the worst examples of CRM that I have ever come across. In any case, flaps 30 was finally selected, likely by the first officer himself, meaning that the aircraft was now fully configured with gear down and landing flaps as it reached the cleared altitude of 600 meters.
So that's like a baby throwing a temper tantrum and do everything yourself and just raise hands like it's all you, bro. That's crazy.
Now, things will start happening very quickly. Because the autopilot was still engaged and the aircraft was now leveling off, the speed started reducing rapidly from 150 knots down to below 130, which was the minimum for flaps 30. Since the aircraft was in landing configuration, it was now producing a lot of drag, and some of the negative feedback that the first officer had received during his type rating was that he wasn't very good at predicting how much thrust he needed when extending flaps, and tended to just react to the speed changes with erratic thrust level movements. And that's exactly what now happened, and when he started inputting more thrust, the thrust asymmetry again started kicking in, which was his other documented weakness. The autopilot, who was still engaged, started inputting aileron to try and counteract the side slip, but since the speed was now significantly lower, more aileron was needed, and the autopilot quickly came up against its limit of 25 degrees of control wheel input. Since it couldn't do more after that, the aircraft now started slowly rolling to the left with a rate of around 2 degrees per second. This was not initially noticed by the first officer, who was fixated on the speed control, and neither by the captain, who was talking to the ground controller about weather conditions and obviously not monitoring the flying at all. At time 05:06 and 44 seconds, the roll mode LNAV was selected, likely by mistake, and then quickly changed over to Vorlock. 4 seconds later, the left roll had reached 32 degrees, and now the first officer must have looked down and realized it. As a reaction, he immediately applied right aileron, but since the autopilot was still engaged, this caused it to go from Vorlock to control wheel steering roll, which is a lower mode of automation, basically working like a servo to the pilot's inputs. The first officer probably wasn't very familiar with control wheel steering, and since he continued to input on the controls, he also now inadvertently pushed the yoke forward, causing control wheel steering pitch to activate as well. So at that point, he was now flying the aircraft with manual thrust control in landing configuration with control wheel steering, desperately trying to understand what was happening. He initially managed to get the roll under control, but since he also added a lot of thrust to regain the speed, the undermounted engine started pitching the nose of the aircraft up, causing a climb. 20 seconds later, he likely inadvertently also pushed the electric trim button switch on his yoke, causing the autopilot to disengage. The high thrust had now caused the speed to increase to 160 knots, and when the first officer realized this, he immediately reduced the thrust. But the aircraft continued to climb, which meant that the speed now quickly washed off, reducing back to 110 knots, 20 knots below the minimum speed for flap 30. So what was the captain doing then? Well, he hadn't monitored the attitude of the aircraft at all. Instead, he now reactivated the Vorlock mode, and since the aircraft was actually on the center line, the flight director captured it. He then looked down, realized the low speed, and shouted, "Increase!" which the overstressed first officer responded to by setting almost full thrust, again causing a pitch up of the aircraft.
And of course the
they had now climbed to 900 meters. That's more than 300 meters higher than they should be, and the controller could obviously see this. He now asked the pilots if they were actually climbing. This prompted the captain to tell the first officer to look at the vertical speed indicator, and then, after a short pause, confirmed to the controller that they were indeed climbing. The controller saw that there was absolutely no way
this should have been a go around from the get-go because it's
and
unstable.
told them to turn right heading 360 degrees and descend to 600 meters, effectively ending the approach. But
or in this case,
the captain did
missed.
not agree with this. He instead spent the next minute trying to convince the controller to let them continue to land without doing a second approach, which must be seen as just pure lunacy at this point. And even worse, as he was having this lengthy discussion with the controller, he made several abrupt control inputs to the right, causing the bank to first go to 17 degrees right and then to 50 degrees right a few seconds later, triggering a bank angle warning. Remember, the first
so in a case like that, you're supposed to call out my airplane.
Even the controller thought that the discussion he was having with the captain was a bit strange, and he actually asked, "Is everything all right with the crew?" To which the captain responded, affirm. After the bank angle warning, the first officer cried out, where are you? What are you doing? And then miraculously actually managed to get the aircraft back from that steep right bank. But whilst doing so, the aircraft had again pitched up to 15 degrees, which caused another rapid climb and the speed to again drop back to 113 knots. From time 0508 and 25 seconds, the thrust levels were again moved forward, leading to new thrust asymmetry, and this initiated a left roll with around 1 degree per second. During the coming 25 seconds, it looks like the first officer just gave up, because there was no inputs in either pitch, roll or thrust, and when the bank again reached 30 degrees left, with the speed decreasing, the first officer just called out, take it, take it. The captain was apparently surprised by this, which he really shouldn't have been given the roller coaster that the aircraft had been on for several minutes at this point. He responded, take what? I can't do it either. And then abruptly took the controls anyway and started inputting aileron to the left, the same direction that they were already rolling, instantly increasing the bank angle to 76 degrees.
Flipping the airplane.
The first officer saw this happening and called out, on the contrary, in the opposite direction, which seemed to help momentarily, but the captain then continued to make several abrupt inputs in both directions. At time 0509 and 14 seconds, the captain made his final mistake in this dreadful flight by giving almost full left input on his joke. It is very likely that the Western-style EADI, especially with the V-bar flight director, played a role in the captain's final loss of situational awareness. The V-bar flight director would have, in this case, been situated below the horizon and showing a right bank, which is what he needed to do in order to recover. But in his confused state, the look of the V-bar likely reminded him of the aircraft symbol in his earlier aircraft, which would have meant the complete opposite thing, which caused him to roll in the wrong direction. The result of this was that the aircraft now made an almost full barrel roll, still in landing configuration, causing a pitch-down angle of 65 degrees, from which it was impossible to recover. The aircraft impacted the ground at a speed of 250 knots in a 30-degree left bank turn, causing the immediate loss of all 88 people aboard.
That's just crazy. That's just crazy.
As it crashed, the aircraft impacted a part of the Trans-Siberian Railway, which was severely damaged, but luckily no one on the ground was hurt. Since the accident happened close to the airport, the aircraft was quickly found by both airport rescue personnel and local firefighters, but there wasn't much they could do except securing the area and start looking for black boxes. These were eventually found, but severely damaged, and when the investigators finally managed to access them, they were shocked by what they found. The non-adherence to standard operating procedures, poor technical knowledge and almost non-existent CRM between the pilots had led them to completely lose situational awareness and ultimately the control of the aircraft. But that wasn't even the worst part. It was discovered that one of the passengers had apparently sent an SMS to a friend in the United Kingdom just minutes before the flight took off. The message said that the sender was very scared because the captain had just made a PA and he sounded totally drunk. Even though the first test of the captain's body had come back negative for alcohol, this caused another new test to be made using more detailed techniques, and that confirmed that the captain had between 0.5 and 1 promille alcohol in his blood when the accident happened, and that would have meant a substantially higher alcohol level when they took off, which would have accounted for that blurry, slurry PA.
So imagine you sending a text to your people and then that must have been hard, guys. Imagine sending a text to somebody before I take off, only to then learn that my plane crashed and I died. That's crazy.
This and the possible accumulated fatigue likely explained why the captain's speech pattern indicated heightened stress levels from an early point in the approach, and why he ultimately also lost control. The investigation completely hammered the Russian aviation authorities, the airline, the maintenance organization, and the air traffic controllers that were on duty that night. In total, 40 different safety recommendations were issued, which in some cases were as sweeping as eliminate other shortcomings revealed in the course of the investigation. But some of them included implement better pilot training, including upset prevention and recovery training, verify English proficiency, and extra training and checking of pilots going from old Soviet to Western aircraft. This is the first time that I have come across a report where the whole system seems to have failed, from the initial training through the maintenance, individual responsibility, rules and regulations, and the aircraft itself. But I can honestly say that this is likely the exception that proves the rule. Airlines like this just shouldn't exist, and you can always check the EU blacklist of dangerous airlines before booking tickets with any airline that you haven't heard about. I will link to the blacklist in the description below. Now, please consider checking out the deal my sponsor offered in this video. It really supports the channel, and check out this video next. It'll put you in a much better mood. Have an absolutely fantastic...
Yeah guys, so imagine that. And as you saw in the video, there is a list of blacklisted airlines that you want to ensure that you check out. So if you're going to go anywhere in any other country and you're going to fly an airline that you have no idea, check it out before you even book the ticket, man, because you could be setting yourself up for failure. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. I remember that whole idea of the CRM. Just listening to what it says, the guy is like, you do it yourself. That's a hissy fit. That's like a child you took some candy from. He's like, do it yourself, man. I don't want to talk to you no more. That's just wild. That's just wild. That's really, really wild. Checking our arrival information here now. We are approximately 839 miles from Boston, which is another 2 hours away, 2.5 hours away. So I am gonna go ahead and let this aircraft fly, and I'm gonna step away for a little while. So feel free to stay along, feel free to watch, or you could come back a little bit later. So I'll keep this view so we can have a view of the flight deck as we fly along. I'll put on some music as well so you can enjoy the music as you watch. Be back soon, guys. Hey, what's up, guys? We are back, and we have 246 miles to go. It is now 20 minutes to 8. We should be landing in about 40 minutes. So we're going to begin looking at our approach information. First of all, let's check the weather. Current weather in Boston is 270 at 11, gusting to 20, so we're going to have a little fun time over here in Boston. So I assume that I don't have an ATIS right now, but there is ADC. Actually, we do have the ATIS. The ATIS is, as a matter of fact, we could do that from. Let's look at it from the at 2. The beauty about the Fenix menu. The only thing that I don't like is the fact that the US don't necessarily use the CPDLC function, but in terms of requesting certain things, for example, the weather, I can request the ATIS by putting in Tapa-Kbos since there is an air traffic control online, and we're selecting the arrival ATIS, and we'll do it from the VRAM network and click send. Once the message comes through, we'll see it on the upper ECAM. Not, but there goes the ATIS right there. Should have given a message. All right, well, it is what it is. So Boston Weather Information Uniform. We can double check that on VRAM itself on the V-Pilot. It is actually information uniform, so it's actually correct. Wind is 240 at 9, 10 statute miles. Visibility is 10 statute miles, and we have few clouds at 17,000, few at 25,000. So it should be fine when we get into final approach. We should be fine in terms of visibility. Altimeter is 3027. This was taken at 2254. So it is possible that this is going to change within the next 10 minutes, 12 minutes. So we'll just check that in the next 12 minutes. And it says converging runways. Approaches are being conducted to converging runways. ILS runway 27. On runway 32, departure runway 33 left with all hotel instructions and assign altitudes. Numerous screens in the Boston area and in the vicinity of the Logan Airport and Ryzen information info. So we're going to check back with that shortly. So we're going to go over to the Navigraph charts and we'll check our approach information. The Oceans 5 is our arrival, and we're coming in via the Ferns. So there's another gate which is Rifle, but we're not coming from the southwest, we're coming from the southeast, so it's via Ferns. Let's read what this says for the Oceans 5 10-2C. Boston load effective 23 December 22. Effective from 29 December. Airport elevation is 19 feet. Altimeter engine transition level is 180. And radar required. Temperature aircraft only. And it's from the Vex merit, Provi, and rifle transitions only by ATC. So these are the ATC, these are the entry points, should only be done via air traffic control. So we don't have to worry about that. We're coming via the ferns. And so from Ocean on track 217 to Pod J, then on track 272 to AB, then on track 272, expect radar vectors to final approach course. So we come in via ferns, Lonely, Rudy, or Rody, pardon me, then we have the Euro, then left to Ocean, and then we should track left 217 to Pud J, then to AB, and then we should get radar vectors to runway 27 based on what, because I'm pretty sure that the controller will ask us what is our preferred arrival, if it's the R932 or the runway, Palace runway 27. So if you look at the ground chart, runway 27 or R932. We're actually going to be parking today at the Echo Terminal, so it's going to be a pretty long taxi. So upon landing runway 27, we plan to exit via Kilo or Mike. We'll take the runway all the way to the end, roll all the way to the end, then make right, probably left on Kilo, then right on Bravo, come all the way around to Terminal Echo. The other possibility exists that we land and exit off of Echo. Highly doubt it. Cross runway 4 right, continue Echo right on Bravo. But I believe the best route would be to do runway 27, exit via Kilo, take Kilo right on Bravo, and all the way around. I could write on this. Right, so Kilo, right, Bravo, all the way around. And then our gate is somewhere around here. So that will be the plan for us. ILS 27 is our preferred approach, and this is 11-4, effective June 13. From AB, we take plane, loaner, and we should intercept the glide slope at Rippet, and on the 3 descent glide to them. We should aim to get to AB at 6,000, which is mandatory. And our identifier for this ILS is India Delta Golf Uniform 111.3, course 272. And the point at which we intercept the glide slope will be 6.4 from the threshold, and our decision height is 443 plus 9 plus the airport elevation, which is 19, which gives us 460. Time is 4:47, so you have a few minutes before we double check that it is. What we can go ahead and do is, what I like to do with the aircraft is that I will go to the fixed info page and the identifier India Delta Golf Uniform, and it is 272, and I'll put a 15-mile radius above that. That will give us the 180 speed, and since we have 6.4 as the point at which we should be fully configured, and that's what this star needs, we should be fully configured by that point. If not, we should do a go around. I'll put another one, India Delta Golf Uniform, and we'll put it at 7 nautical miles. And so by 7 nautical miles, we should be fully configured and ready for our final into 127. Alright, we're 180 miles, so we enter the data. Now it's telling us to do that. So we'll go to our next page, our perp next page, and we will enter the information that we got from the ATIS. We just double check in a couple of minutes to make sure that the altimeter is still the same. So temperature is 10 degrees. Wind is 240 at 9er. Altimeter is 3027. And we'll add 5 knots to our approach, which is 143. And our bar is for 60. That goes in there, and our approach page is set up. We'll go to the landing performance with a whip of 141.5. No rain in the area, so braking action should be good. So it's dry. We'll apply the meter. So this meter is saying 220 at 9, and this one was also from 654. So 3 more minutes before that changes. So we'll just check that one out, and based on that, we cannot use low brake. We have to use medium brake. So we'll set medium brake for our run. The Boston frequency is 134.7. 134.7. So we'll have that tuned for when we get the call. One thing we missed on the approach is the missed approach procedure. We climb to 3000. If for any reason we're not stable by rip it, we will call missed or call going around, and we climb to 3000 feet outbound on Boston VOR radio 268. Look at that, 268, the air code for Antigua. No, we're not going to do that tonight. Nope, we did not have the time. But we will go on missed on a radio 268 to Bosox, which is 29.9 from the Boston VOR. And we'll hold there and await further instructions to be resequenced into Boston runway 27. Barring that, we would have looked at the MSA as well, 2,000 feet, roughly on all sides. That area is on the coast, so we have no issues where terrain is concerned, and there aren't any other concerns based on the. There is, however, that building that is at 211 feet off the right of deck. But once we remain on path, we should be fine. Alright, if there are no concerns, then the approach briefing is completed. And we are approximately 15 nautical miles from our top of descent. And Boston should be calling us anytime soon. So we will lower the music down. Alright, it is 54. Let's check the weather and see if it changed. Information with Victor is now current, and we have winds 290 at 11, gust to 20. Here's a bid 10 statute miles, fuel cost of 5,000, fuel at $17 with fuel at 25,000. Temperature 12, altitude 3028, so we can now set that to 3028, and that was just the call from the center we were expecting. 3028, so we'll set that in the this will work with me. Set that as all 3028. Set and back to standard, and we will contact the second.
Delta 12 Alpha, New York 5 frequency change approved, please.
Frequency change approved, Delta 1 12.
JBU4 17, descend across Calverton at and maintain 12000, the Kennedy altimeter 3033.
Maintain 12000, Kennedy altimeter 3033 for JetBlue 17.
Victor 511, contact Boston Tower 12820.
2818,
American 1978, expect ILS runway 27 approach, verify heavy uniform. American 1970, verify have information uniform. Delta 330 at descend and maintain 2000.
So here say Victor and here say uniform.
Expect ILS runway 27
Okay.
approach, verify have information uniform.
Expecting ILS 27 approach, have information uniform.
JBU4 38, descend and maintain 1000.
And of course with all these airplanes in the mix,
Delta
we can't get
330
it.
heavy 5 miles.
So we just gotta wait our turn.
Setting 290, maintain 2000 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS runway 27 approach.
Boston.
City Center, Delta 9525, over Crumple Ford tag at 17,000.
Delta 9525, Austin Center, descend and maintain 1000, Bradley altimeter 3030.
11,000 and 3030, Delta 9525.
Bravo 03 Alpha, New York, closed, radio service terminated, frequency change approved, no need to acknowledge. JetBlue 4 Boston.
Yes, sir, we're just trying to call in, so JetBlue 4 with you, 534, so 31 copies.
JetBlue 4, send yes, the Ocean 5 arrival, runway 27, the Boston altimeter 3027.
3027, we have information that the uniform sent via the Ocean 5, JetBlue 4.
Before thanks, block 4633.
4633, JetBlue 4.
JetBlue 1620, welcome back, climb and maintain 4000, stay out of the leaving.
Begin our descent now. Turn on the seatbelt sign.
Thanks, JetBlue 1620, say your current altitude.
And initiate the descent.
Thank you, Ataro 608 for Air France 295.
So this is 3027, and just with my 1.
Boston Center, Delta 1 to heavy GPS 380.
Delta 12 Austin. Delta 330 heavy.
That's weird.
Contact Boston
I
Tower
figured this would have had the
128,
actual information from the, or maybe because it's in the setting. I don't know. I'll have to double check that.
Air Canada 135, contact Boston Tower on 128.8, so get your moving. JetBlue 38, descend and maintain 8,000. JBU4 New York offline, ticket to change through again. Is that 850? Yeah, JBU4 New York is offline, ticket to change through. Okay, good night.
Nothing is in there. Oh, it is where it is. So our approach checklist. Barrel for this set 3027, set on both sides. So the set on minimum is 460, auto brake level 2. Engine mode selector is approach checklist complete.
Approved, thanks. American 1 Heavy, contact Boston Tower 12818, take care. Yeah. Delta 95,
See that other one that he's talking about.
Zulu, runway 24 approach, when able, pursue direct meeting.
Oh, that'd be a negative on 9525. I'm flashing Zulu.
Delta 9525, right, expect visual approach, runway 24, and when able, pursue direct to the airport.
Alright, check the visual 24 and proceed direct airport, Delta 9525.
Boston Tower will be the next one, so that's 1288.
Air France 295 Boston there, Roger, I see your message there, maintain flood level 360.
45 truck miles to go. No, 100 miles to go rather.
You can respond to my messages via text here.
Oh, that's 44 miles to 16,000. Wow. Alright,
American
we send
21
6.
JetBlue 16,
There we go.
21 and maintain flood level 350.
If you're just joining us back, welcome back, guys. We are in our descent to
American 1790
Boston, and we are under the control of Boston Center.
American 1978, come up at 360, back to the final, with an maintain 5,000. Delta 1496, back to LS, runway 27, approach, crossing altimeter 3027. Back to LS, 3027, Delta 1496, verify you have information in uniform. France 295, Boston 85 by 5.
Boston or 57 mics, we're in the ground signature, we got some other, we're going to by for the name taxi.
Aircraft flying signature, contact Boston Tower 12820.
We just passed first. So going to descend to Lonely.
American 21 Boston. American 7 at 80. Clear ILS runway 27 approach. Just verify you have information in one, please.
At AZ clear 27 approach and we have you follow American 7.
American 7 taxis, block 5346.
5346 is fine.
Delta 2211, Roger. Descend a positive discretion, maintain flight level 240. Descend a positive discretion, maintain flight level 240. Center Challenger 10660, flight level 37. Over 106, Victor, Jim Boston, Center, descend to maintain flight level 270 with our contact. Maintain 270.
Airplane is now trying to descend
to
get down to 11,000 feet there.
Delta 9525 is going to maintain 5,000.
Yeah, Delta 5,000, Delta 9525.
have some airspeed and some altitude.
JetBlue 38, turn 10
It's,
degrees left, back
it's
to
at
the 500
6,000.
It's going to maintain 3,000.
Turn on 10 degrees, put down 3,000.
I did not check.
It's around 608 bombs.
So, taxi with Bravo, take my all the way around.
American 1978, turn 10 degrees left, and it's going to maintain 3,000.
So this way, right? Should
Delta
not
1496,
be
I can't
a
get security, but you can expect the LS runway 27 approach, and now verify you have any Victor. Delta 1496, expect ILS runway 27 approach, and verify you have information Victor.
information Victor is now current.
You're welcome. Delta 144 Boston for the right. American 1978, turn left heading 2900 and then the localizer.
Now 302.
American 21 Boston. Air France 295, cleared direct Calverton, Charlie. American 1978, 2 miles from Loner, cross Loner at 3,000, cleared ILS, runway 27 approach, maintain 170 knots until Ribbon. November 6, Victor, Sierra Trevino Factor, descend and maintain level 2.
Who these the transition altitude? So we
JetBlue
set
38, turn left heading
3028.
330, maintain 1900 knots.
Turn on 330, speed 190.
Airplane will begin to slow its speed down
American
shortly to cross ocean at 2,000 knots between 9 and 15,000. We're coming up pretty nicely to 16,000 feet now, heading down
American
to
1978, thank you, contact Boston,
14,000
that one,
feet, which is the top altitude at ocean.
JetBlue 1620, roger, have a good night. You too, go. JetBlue 38, 6 miles from Loner, turn left heading 300. Maintain 3,000 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS, runway 27 approach. Maintain 170 knots, full brighter, full ribbon.
Turn left 7300 to intercept the localizer. Maintain 170 knots for Bristol River.
Delta 9525, report the Bradley Airport in sight.
Please keep hitting these approaches tight.
Delta 9525, spread visual approach, runway 24.
This is what's going on right now.
Delta 9525.
Keeping these approaches nice and tight.
Cleared ILS, runway 27 approach. Verify you have information, Victor.
We have Victor on board and the cleared ILS 27 approach. JetBlue 4. Alright, slow the aircraft down now. And we will activate the approach.
November 6, Victor, Sierra, descend Diaz at roadblock 3 arrival. Runway 32, Austin altimeter 3028.
And Sierra 3 remains.
Help the aircraft to slow its speed down to 25.
Boston Center, Southwest 3124 is clearing near 5,000 for flight number 380.
Southwest 3124 Boston Center, radar contact, climb and maintain 14,000.
14,000 Southwest 3124.
So the speed brake.
Delta 9525, we're on runway 24, clear to land, go in 250 at 3.
Clear to land 24, Delta 9525.
JetBlue 38, have a good night, Economic Boston Tower 128.8. Over to Tower 3. Boston Center, good evening. Condor 2038, head with you on flight level 400. Condor 2038, Boston Center. Southwest 3124, climb and maintain flight level 340.
340 Southwest
If we were
3124.
probably by ourselves, we probably would have gotten direct to Abbey by now. But given that we have all these aircraft on the approach, we have to maintain exactly what we have to fly the published arrival so that we can maintain that separation. So we're looking pretty good. We have 1, 2, 3. We're number 3 for runway 27. And we're at 250 knots now, descending down to 6,000. Below 10,000, we will turn on the landing lights and the wing lights.
At Taro 6084, American 21, Boston.
So the 240.
Delta 2211, descend the issue to arrival runway 27, Boston, altimeter 3028. 3028, from the other street. Delta 2211. American 7, maintain 170 knots until limit. Contact Boston Tower 128.8.
170 to repeat over the tower, American 7
Delta 1496.
Allow the aircraft to descend now to 6,000 feet. And we keep the speed brakes out so we can maintain that 240 knots. Once we get a little bit closer to Abbey, we're going to maintain 170 knots to rivet JetBu4. Alright, so now we have the restriction of 170 knots. So let's go down to 210.
Delta 2222, contact Cleveland Center 119.87. Have a great one. I just got the side phone only, but no voice. It might have been muted, but I'm sure you got it. Cleveland Center 119.87.
Get down to 210. Descend 6,000.
Yeah, that's
and we'll go ahead and descend to 3,000. By which time we should be getting the big and off to the tower control.
Player 112, contact Moncton Center 132.2. Have a good one.
Over to Moncton on 32.2, player 112, we'll see you.
Oh, we do need to maintain that 6,000 at Abbey.
I apologize, who was that? Air Canada 175, Boston Center, Roger, radar contact at 12,000 now. And you can climb and maintain for level 340.
That's the cabin secure for landing.
Thank you.
On the ground.
Clear on the ground. So cabin is secure.
Delta 1496, maintain present speed.
Maintain the present speed, Delta 1496.
Out straight. 210. and lose filter 180. Getting
Cruise
closer to
7539, clear direct flap.
Direct line? 7539.
overhead Abbey. Reduce speed to 180 knots.
Air France 295, cross Calverton at and maintain 2000 at 250 knots.
Speed check, flaps 1.
3035.
3035.
That would help with our speed as well.
I apologize, Air France 295, I missed you back there. Just verify Calverton 12,000 and 250 knots. Air France 295, I just missed your reback, so I'm just making sure that you have it. Cross Calverton at and maintain 2000 at 250 knots.
Arm the localizer, and that localizer is captured.
France 295, so you need to descend, touch that. You cross the waypoint Charlie, Charlie, Charlie at 12,000 feet and 250 knots. You can start descending whenever you want, you just need to make sure that you meet that restriction.
Okay, good feed. Yeah, alright.
Speed check, flaps 2.
Thank you for your vision.
Delta 1496, descend and maintain 2000.
17 miles out.
Delta 9525, across the runway, you're going to exit left at Sierra, so not that one, but keep it rolling across runway 15 and then Sierra parking.
Glide slope is alive. We can arm the glide.
Delta 1496,
Arm
turn
the
left at
approach.
290 and a central localizer.
And we maintain 170 until Whippets as per ATC instruction. There's a 296 coming in between there. I guess that's why he told us to slow it down. Cannot see him. Oh, there he is. There's that
Delta
14.
1496, 5 miles from a Ribbit, maintain at or above 2000 until established on the localizer. Quit ILS runway 27 approach.
Sir, ILS runway 27, and I will
Just slow it down to 160.
JetBlue 4, pretty steep final approach.
Why did we just find the full speed? Jump this one.
Delta 1496, maintain 170 knots forward rated or Ribbit.
Gear down.
Okay, I will maintain 170 knots, that's for
November 6, Victor Sierra, expect RNAV runway 32 approach, verify you have information.
Gear down through green. Flaps 3.
Yeah, Victor for the RNAV 32 about 6 here.
6 Victor Sierra, clear direct harvest.
Flaps 4.
Direct harbor.
And over 6 Victor Sierra, so maintain 5,000.
5,000.
He's really keeping this tight. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Welcome back, Trick. Okay, some the correct street campus, also home to left. WestJet 556, Boston Center, roger.
localized runway 27, direct Delta 14.
Landing checklist.
Roger.
ECAM memo. Should have landing and no blue. We're waiting for that to come up. Once we catch the glide.
Welcome Center, Houston, Condor 203 and back. Roger. Southwest 3124, climb maintain, flight level 380.
380, Southwest 3124.
Rouge 7539, cross M dot and a maintain 1000, Burlington altimeter 3031.
We'll descend and cross M dot 1000 and altimeter 3031. Stand by, right.
Boston Center, good evening. It's Air Canada 766 with you. Information is Victor
Our
on Ohio 7
final
departure.
altitude is set to 3,000. Let's put
1496,
altitude
Boston
set
Center
down.
128.8.
128.8, Delta 1496, have a good night.
And
Air
we
Canada
are
766, Boston Center, radar
2
contact.
miles from
Climb and
Ripley.
maintain 14,000, stay altitude.
So we should be good with even that aircraft on final ahead of us. So
Okay, Air Canada
we're
finding
good.
14,000. Air Canada 766, we're at 5,000 right now.
JetBlue4, have a good night. Contact Boston Tower 128.8.
28.8, thanks for ATC. You did a great job. Bye.
Roger. Roll code. Check this here.
Alright, so next there, but if you're trying to with you.
Boston Tower, that's 1496, approved on 827, right, copy.
Delta 1496 Boston Tower 125.011, runway 27 through Q lane.
Go ahead, Delta 1496.
Boston Tower JetBlue4 on a 7 mile final runway 27.
JetBlue4 Boston Tower, hello, wind 25011, runway 27 through Q lane.
Inland JetBlue4.
JetBlue
Right.
1352,
Econ
cross
status.
4 right, forward 27.
Landing no blue.
Crossing
And
at 4
we're
right,
looking
over
good.
to
Happy
for
days,
JetBlue
happy days.
Number 587, Mike Cross, runway 4
Let's
right,
get
forward
this landing.
runway 27.
So there's a challenge that the smoothest landing gets a bonus of 10,000 virtual dollars. So let's see how smooth we can get this airplane on the ground.
Please dock the tires, forward short. Alright, continue charge,
Let's get
cross
our
4 right, forward short
airport
275.
chart. Once we land, let's see where we're going. Perfect. 4 mile final.
At Boston, Brickyard, 711, clear taxi.
Brick Road 511, runway 33 left taxi via, let's see, Bravo Charlie, crossing runway 4 left, forward short,
1,000.
right.
Bravo Charlie, goes towards left.
1,000, check.
Right, Victor, copy that.
I can't even see his lights if he's already cleared. Landing, no floating. We're hoping to not float tonight. Get this plane on the ground nice and smooth.
100 above.
Check.
500.
5 check. My airplane.
Minimum.
All
JetBlue
direction.
1352, cross runway 27.
Crossing 27 for JetBlue 1352.
Delta 1496 West Boston, cross runway 4 right, forward short, 4 left.
Crossing runway 4 right, full short, moving left, Delta 1496.
20. Retard. Retard.
Ah! Green break up. Reverses green. East south. Manual braking.
And Boston Tower,
Versus
can we
normal.
now cross 187?
JetBlue 1352, Roger, crossing 27. Runway 587, make cross runway 27.
Cross 187 for JetBlue 1352.
Exit to the right.
587, make cross.
As we said, via kilo. Clean up the
JetBlue 4,
aircraft.
welcome to Boston, cross runway 4 left, Bravo to parking to desk.
cross 4 left, Bravo parking to the good day. See it? Right, so we just take Kilo here and cross 4 left here and taxi Kilo Bravo to the right. Flaps up. Landing lights can come off, and we'll start our APU. To cross here, we can turn off the right here on Bravo. Oh, we took Alpha.
JetBlue 1352, runway 33 left, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, JetBlue 13.
He's gonna yell at us.
587 Mike, runway 33 left, line and wait.
We just get back on.
Line up and wait, 33 left, 587 Mike.
And Tower, this is JetBlue4. We apologize. We'll just make the right here on next taxi we can get back on.
JetBlue 4, you can just take out for the parking. It's not a big deal.
Roger, out for the parking. Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
So
If we are starting,
cross runway 4 left, after the parking today.
stop the timer. So that was 4 hours, 3 hours and 59 minutes on the dot. So we did 3:59, guys. Let's call GSX to our gate.
And Boston,
We're to Echo 2.
right. So for power 11, just tell the car you cross runway 4 right, hold short T7. Cross 4 right, hold short T7.
We can turn off our weather and wind shear prediction as we taxi.
JetBlue 1352, contact Boston Center 1.
We are lighter now, so we're just blazing up the taxiway with idle power.
Yep. Confirm 134.7.
34.7. Yep.
So we make a left here and make a left on Alpha 1, and that will take us to our gate. Well, it would have been Alpha 1 if we were on Bravo. So we can just look up at that and then make a left turn. Huh. Seems like somebody might be in our gate.
So Mike, runway 33 left, cleared for takeoff. Cleared for takeoff, fire up, Mike.
Let's see.
Bridgeguard 511, cross runway 27.
We'll be back.
Cross 27, Bridgeguard
Yep,
511.
somebody is in our gate, guys. So we have to switch gates. Alright, let's see what gate we can take. Let's see what gate we can take. Since he's there at gate 2, we will take Echo, what's that, Echo 3?
Traffic.
We take Echo 3.
November 587 Mike, contact Boston Center 134.7 condition. 587 Mike. Boston Tower, Challenger 106 Victor Sierra on the RNAV 32. November 106 Victor Sierra, Boston Tower, hello. Wind 25011, runway 32, clear to land. Clear to land, runway 32, Victor Sierra. Bridgeguard 511, runway 33 left, cleared for takeoff. 33 left, cleared for takeoff, 511.
Where is that turn? Ah, here it is. runway. Follow the guidance.
Bridgeport 511, runway, requesting contact Boston, San Juan 34.7, good day. 4.7, good day, 5
3 meters.
I'm Boston for Delta 2211, just past Loner, runway 27, ILS.
Delta 2211, Boston, Tower Hello, wind 25011, runway 27, clear 2-line, traffic land for converging.
Alright, roger,
Try to
clear
get
lane,
this
runway
perfect.
27, Delta 2211.
Okay, stop. Parking brake is set. APU bleed is available. Entry 1, 2 miles. Switch off. And stop timer 4 minutes. 4 hours, 18 minutes. Passenger signs off. And we have arrived at Boston Echo 3, since there's an aircraft in the space. Beacon light comes off, that will trigger the deboarding.
Deboarding requested.
And we are here. Guys, we have made it to Boston, 4 hours and 18 minutes block time. Our actual block time should have been 4 hours and 26 minutes, so we actually made that even closer. Great. On time JetBlue. Look at that.
Passengers deboarding starting.
Let's run through the checklist real quick to make sure that we're not missing anything. After that checklist, and then the parking brakes set, engine off, wing lights off, and fuel pumps off. Parking checklist is complete.
Taxi parking the Bravo direction. Bravo to parking 6-0, I think.
There we go, guys. We are here. Thank you so very much for joining on this flight. I know it was a bit long, but it was an enjoyable flight nonetheless, and I am grateful that you stuck around with it. This particular flight was one for quote-unquote charity. We are here giving some respect to those persons who are affected by breast cancer, which is why it's Fly for Cure 2024 with Virtual Airlines, virtualoneworld.net.
Wow.
Feel free to check us out on the internet. We are always ready to accept pilots. Like I shared at the beginning, you would never get bored because of the sheer number of routes that we have in the system. It is just so great. And so you'll be able to fly anywhere you want to fly to, pretty much. So thank you so very much for joining. Until the next time, please make sure you take care of yourselves, as always. Until next time, guys, Aviator 268, take care.
Good evening. Delta 140 is correct and level 1 north.